Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Okay, this is after lunchtime, yeah, but I'm sure that nobody's getting sleepy or having heavy stomach because I think everyone is excited to know what the results are from our semifinals. But first of all, I would like to apologize to all the competitors yesterday. This is something that maybe in the future we should revise when we mention about the scoring, yeah. I don't think it's necessary to mention the score. It's better to just say, okay, the eight schools that is going towards the next round, the semifinal, is blah, 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 blah. No need to mention the scoring because it can, mess up with our minds a little bit. And it's not necessary because it's only an elimination thing, yeah? We just want to determine which of the 8 participants that's going towards the semifinals. And now, also this afternoon, we would like to also announce the 4 schools that are going to the final rounds. We won't be mentioning the scoring because we won't be repeating our mistake yesterday, yeah? Because we only have a couple, just maybe 1 or 2 hours to prepare ourselves for the final. Do not worry about the scoring thing as long as we know that this is a new round. We can come fresh, yeah? And also, before announcing the 4 schools that is going towards the final round, I would also like to thank everybody, including all the students, starting from yesterday, or the day before, actually, and also the students who accompany the students and supervise them, train them, spending a lot of time assisting them in their learning. I hope you guys have great time, also fun time, yeah? Not really stressful. Maybe it's a little bit, yeah, but I hope you guys have fun time. And thank you for the participation. It's all just learning process for all of us, right? Of course, when joining the competition, we all want to win the competition. But we are all already winners because you guys have the opportunities that not many students have. To be able to be standing in front of many people, many more people watching online, is already an expensive experience, yeah? An important experience for your mental development, for your growth. And yeah, this is also a learning process because this is just a start, yeah? This is just the beginning. You guys still have a long time to go. Moving forward from this, hopefully you have use this experience for further development in your studies and also for personal growth. So, without further ado, I would like to announce the 4 schools that is going to the final round. So the first one is, this is randomly, yeah? I'll do this randomly. So don't say, oh, okay, that means this school is a better score, they're having better score than the other, no. Okay, so the first one is SMA Negeri 1 Aimere. Yeah. The second one is SMA Seminari. The third one is, of course, SMA Swasta Regina Pacis Bajawa. And the fourth one is SMA Negeri 2 Bajawa. Okay. So again, thank you very much for the participation. For those who are not going to the final round, please do not consider yourself losers. Never. Never put that in your dictionary, in your head, okay? Because you are already winners. This is just for us, okay, training ourselves to be in the competition and to be in this, public settings like this, and maybe for different and also more variety experiences in the future. All right? So thank you very much. I will return this to the moderator.
Okay, thank you very much for the announcement for the adjudicators. Now I think that we are going to proceed with our grand final round without wasting too much time, I think that we already have two motions that in the first day the judges picked. Yeah, that's the confidential one, the motions. So I think for the committee, if you would like to provide with the two motions and the positions envelope, so then we can move forward with the grand final round.
Make sure seluruh tempat yang mau tampil kalau kesalahan kita.
For all the mentors, the schools that already enter the grand final from SMA Regina Pacis, SMA Seminari, and then SMA Imere, and SMA Negeri Dua Jawa. Please enter the room. We would like to discuss a bit of things with the committee member. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we already have discussed, and all the mentors already know the rules from the technical meeting. So I would like to emphasize it more. We have two motions that already been picked by the judges in the first day, and these two motions will be picked randomly by the two performance. So the first performance will pick random from these two motions, and then the second performance also will pick randomly. Yeah, and then we have a number here, number 1, 2 until 4. So the student will pick the number randomly too, and the students who pick 1 will be against the student who pick 2, and then the student who will pick 3 will be against the student who will pick 4. So all the winners will be based on the scores, the total scores. Okay. So we all agree, and then I think we call the students, all the 4 participants, the representative of the schools. Okay, how about the other 2? Okay, from Seminari and Regina Pacis, please enter the room, yeah. Maju semua 4. From SMA Negeri 2, siapa? What you picked? Number? Number 4, SMA Negeri 2. SMA Seminari? Ya, yeah. First. 1. SMA Regina Pacis, second. Third, okay. Okay, so from this, okay, so SMA Aimere got number 3, Regina Pacis got number 2, Seminari got number 1, SMA Negeri 2, Bajawa got number 4. So we have SMA Seminari versus SMA Regina Pacis, and SMA Negeri 2 Bajawa will be against SMA Negeri Aimere. Okay, so now I would like to invite the first performance from SMA Seminari versus SMA Regina Pacis will begin the grand final. And for the participants from SMA Negeri 2 Bajawa and SMA Aimere, you can wait outside, ya. Okay. Okay, for the participants, please enter the room. Okay, good afternoon for all of us. Now we will begin our grand final round with, with the first performance from SMA Seminari and SMA Regina Pacis Bajawa. I think the participants already understand all the rules and regulations, so with all due respect, please stick to the rules, yeah? Okay, without further ado, please go on stage and take your position. Okay, so for the first performance of grand final, we have SMA Regina Pacis as a government team and SMA Seminari as a opposition team. With the motion, this House believes that budget efficiency in various sectors have no impact on economic growth. With the motion, this House believes that budget efficiency in various sectors have no impact on economic growth. So, I would like to give the opportunity to government side to introduce your team members.
Good afternoon to all of us, the honorable judges, and my beloved partner from the opposition team. With our so I will introduce myself. My name is Brigita Kanira Oje, and here I am the first speaker from the proposition team.
Hello, I am Marta Juliana Gumena. You can call me as Arta. I'm right here as the second speaker from the government team. I hope we can collaborate more.
Okay, thank you very much for the government team. Now the opposition team, please introduce your members. Sorry.
It's okay. Okay, so my name is Kristante Kasari Brata, but you can call me Krista, and I'm stand as the government whip. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now the opposition team, please introduce your team members.
Good morning, the honorable judges and of the participants who are attending here, and my private friends from the government team. As leader of opposition team, I would like to introduce our team. Me, Deviona, as a first speaker, followed by Igadai as a second speaker, and Adin Wiko as a third speaker. It's a beautiful chance that we can have a conversation with you, and I hope we can make collaboration together. I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the opposition team. Now for the government side, Prime Minister Speaker, this is the opportunity to you for define the motions and present your arguments to the audiences. The time will start now.
I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable judges, and our beloved partner from the opposition team. With our motion today is, this House believes that budget efficiency in various sectors has no impact on economic growth. Have you ever imagined the country that takes a great pride in the budget efficiency, but when every single penny and is strictly monitored, but in the name of frugality? But in reality, ladies and gentlemen, education programs are slashed, technology distribution only reaches big cities, and many schools lack of teacher and hospital run out from the medicines. So the question is, those budget efficiency that sacrifice those people's basic needs truly bring the economic growth or worsening economic growth? Definition then, what is budget efficiency? So budget efficiency is a new policies that control manner by minimizing spend, cost non-priority, and the government cut public service, education, and technology. In here, our limitation we only talked about in Indonesia. So ladies and gentlemen, burden of proof. What in here we want the opposition team side to prove something so that their argument could be counted by us. We want the opposition team to prove that now, by this program, education problem can be solved and access for healthcare in remote cities can be accessed. So, point of argument done. Here, I would like to state that economic growth unchanges with or without budget efficiency. why I state like this, ladies and gentlemen? Because here, we do not reject the idea of the efficiency itself, but to show that non-strategic efficiency, that this program is merely focused on cutting numbers without direction and fairness, that has been no real impact on the economic growth. Because the things that the government consider is about financial report, but in the reality, they have to consider about investment in people, equitable development, and sustainable productivity, which is this factor, is the factor that could support the economic growth itself. Yes, please, the first speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, the government team needs to know about this one. With the budget efficiency, the government may allocate it, the budget to the sectors that need it most, so that the infrastructure and our economic life in Indonesia will be better. What do you think about that?
But ladies and gentlemen, in here, before that, thank you for your POI. But ladies and gentlemen, in here we have to switch our point of view that in this program, ladies and gentlemen, the government cutting in the name of saving the cost itself. So what does this mean, ladies and gentlemen? It means it could worsening our economic growth. Because why? Because in the factor of economic growth itself, we need investment in people, equitable development, and sustainable productivity. And here, why I state this program has no impact for economic growth, because by the data that we get from Ministry of Finance shows that after the efficiency is existing, Indonesian economic growth just reached 4.8% until 5.3% since the budget efficiency is existing. But in the real target, ladies and gentlemen, the government need 6.6 until 7% to reach the economic growth, which is after budget efficiency, there are no real impact in our economic growth. And this is the fact, the things. And we must consider by the opposition side and the honorable judges. And in here, ladies and gentlemen, why we state it like this? Because in budget efficiency itself, the famous program is, yes please?
Simple question for you. If the government would like to saving the money in order to saving the cost, so why the reason the government would like to save the money? I need your opinion about that.
Why they have to saving a money, ladies and gentlemen? It because they have a famous program that we call it as a free lunch program. And this program, ladies and gentlemen, they saving this program so that this program can be released. Because why? Because this is their famous program. And here, ladies and gentlemen, the things that we must know that the government targeted in this free lunch program for around 82.8 million targeted. But now, ladies and gentlemen, just 2 million people or citizens that receive the benefit. And for this, ladies and gentlemen, if the target is 82.9 million, the government must spend around 100 trillion of rupiah. And can you even imagine how much budget that they have to cut because of this program? And can you even imagine where they have to saving the money for like the opposition team said about that. So, ladies and gentlemen, why the second layer then I would like to talk about why this education is important. Because in here, ladies and gentlemen, by the efficiency itself, they could create more productivity, innovation, and equitable development. No, thank you. Let me finish this part. Just efficiency on paper, but lead to progressive growth on economy. So it's an unbelievable and nonsense. The second one is second layer. Yes, please. The second speaker.
So, my question is, do you just think about the budget efficiency, just focus on one program that is MBG, and you don't think about another program that can, such as investment for our better economic life in the future?
Okay, I got your point, but if they talk about investment, then we have to talk about education. We have to realize that many education programs that they cut it by this education, by this program, by this budget efficiency, such as, ladies and gentlemen, They reducing scholarship and research, which is this is very important for investment, ladies and gentlemen, because by research we can also study about around the world, like investment of the technology itself. We can also learn about that. And the second one is supervision of teacher development. They cut about this. And the third one is the decrease the distribution of textbook, which is textbook itself is the most important for human resources and Indonesia itself. So if the educational excess being cut, how can we do about this, and how can we expecting the sustainable economic growth in Indonesia, even long-term sustainable bit itself, we cannot even afford it. By education, we can create a human that more innovation, and we could create the work efficiency, and by this, ladies and gentlemen, we could have a long-term condition in our economic growth itself. That's all for me, and thank you.
Okay, thank you for the Prime Minister from government side. Now the time will be given to leader of the opposition from the opposite team.
Good afternoon, honorable judges and of the participants who are attending here, and my beloved friends from the government team. As the leader of opposition team, I would like to state that we from the opposition team totally and absolutely disagree with our motion today that says this House believes that budget efficiency in various sectors have no impact on the economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, before jumping back into my argument, I would like to highlight several points that I think comes from the errors of the government team. The government team, ladies and gentlemen, state before about the saving money that make the economic condition is worse. But ladies and gentlemen, we need to know about this one. Saving money, budget efficiency is not only means we are saving the money, but we are invest the money to our better future, ladies and gentlemen. The one condition of economy, say it grows, when the economy moves into the better condition. It means we need to realize that with the budget efficiency, our economic condition will be better, ladies and gentlemen. We don't only save the money. It's right, when we implement the budget efficiency, we use the money until the limit, and we save the money. The result of the budget efficiency, ladies and gentlemen, will we invest in the Danantara that manage our economic condition, that our budget will be profit in the future. And the second, the Prime Minister totally contained about the investment means education. But in this topic, ladies and gentlemen, we talk about the economic sector. Means when we talk about investment, we invest our money to be a profit in the future, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's crystal clear. Let's move into my argument. My argument is talk about efficiency is infestation. Please keep in mind about this one. We not just save the money, but make the quantity of the money, ladies and gentlemen, increase. We need to know about efficiency in budget means we use amount of the money until the limit, and we save the rest of the money itself, ladies and gentlemen. Like I told you before. Yes, please, first speaker.
Okay, so you said in your argument that the economic sector don't have a correlation between the education sector. But in here, the things that we have to consider.
I got your point, madam.
But I got
your point. It's my time. Please respect me, okay? I didn't talk about don't have a correlation with education, between education with the economy, ladies and gentlemen. But I told you, when we talk about the economic sector, we invest means we invest our money to be a profit in future, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's crystal clear. Please clear your errors, man, and let's begin to my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, the efficiency budget means, no, thank you, I haven't go into my argument. But efficiency budget means we use amount of money and the limit and save the rest of the money, ladies and gentlemen. And the money that we save and the result of budget efficiency, no, thank you, will we invest in Danantara. Let me explain about this one. What is Danantara? Danantara is Indonesia Investment Auditory, or ENA, that made for manage and improve the country's asset professionally and profitable. Yes, please.
Okay, so the first speaker already stated that saving money, it means that invest the money itself. So it means that So it means that the first speaker already stated that invest money, it means that you increasing the unemployment and cutting the scholarship itself. So what do you think about that?
Ladies and gentlemen, need to clarify about the scholarship in education sector. But please keep in mind, we talk about the economic sector in this conversation, ladies and gentlemen. I told to you, the result of money that we, no thank you, I still answer your POI. Ladies and gentlemen, we talk about when we invest, ladies and gentlemen, it will become the profit in the future, ladies and gentlemen. It means the budget that become the profit will use to overcome all of our needs. That's education and the economic sector, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's crystal clear. Let's back into my argument. I would like to continue it again that we don't only save the money. The one thing that make us believe in this position, ladies and gentlemen, is the government have made the investment on the result of the budget efficiency that in the future will become more. Government have made, no thank you, government have made the invest in the Danantara. Like I told you before, Danantara is the National Investment Management Agency that made by the Indonesia government. Danantara manage with assets that are of our country, including the budget that's come from budget efficiency. Danantara help our economic condition to become the better because it manage the country asset, make it more, and make our budget efficient, maximize the benefit to the company, according to antaranews.com. Yes, please.
Okay, so you stated again and again about investment, but in here, our argument, our position doesn't even understand what kind of investment that you want to state it here. Because if we want to state it about saving money itself, we have to talk about the impact for the citizens itself, because it's the main point of the economic growth.
But it is time is limit. I will continue my argument, and your PI will be answered by our second speaker. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's back into my argument. And like I told you before, according to antaranews.com, Danantara help our economic condition to become better because it manages our country asset, make it more, and make our budget efficient, maximize the benefit to our economy. It's clear now, ladies and gentlemen. We don't only save the money, but the government invests the result of the budget efficiency. We need to know about the benefit that comes from efficiency budget. The first is improve the public services. Budget efficiency allows the government to allocate its funds more optimally to the program that have a more direct impact on the society, such as education, health, and infrastructure. That's right, the profit that we get from the investment, ladies and gentlemen, will we use to overcome the problem of education, health, and infrastructure. And the second is increase the transparency and accountability. Budget efficiency push the transparency and accountability in our public financial management so that the public can more easily monitor the use of budget, ladies and gentlemen. With budget efficiency, government may allocate the budget to the sectors that need it most so that the infrastructure and our economic life running the more efficient. Therefore, we from the opposition team totally and absolutely disagree with our motion today that says this House believes that budget efficiency in various sectors have no impact on economic growth. I think that's all for me. I'm Dovinono. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And now it's for the Deputy of Prime Minister from government side turns to speak. The time is yours.
So I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. We don't actually see the true fact if the opposition team agree that the budget efficiency and forest sector have an impact on the economic growth. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, all the honorable judges and all my beloved friends from the opposition team. And today we gather again in this place and talk about the motion about this House belief that budget efficiency and forest sector have no impact on economic growth. Well, we actually agree about this motion, but before that, I would like to say a rebuttal first. First then, they said about that the budget efficiency is actually make an investment to something that is important, but actually investment is nothing without the human resources and the productivity. That's why in here we stated about the education and the health itself. Judges, Countess, Okay, and the second one is they said about saving the money to something that is more important. But actually, in this, something that is more important and have the correlation with the citizen itself is the education and the health itself. That's why in here we stating clear that we proudly represent the education and the health itself, ladies and gentlemen. And the third one is they stated about saving money. It means that you invest the money itself. But I would like to state it, what exactly the invest money that have you been talking about? Is that about cutting the scholarship? It's about cutting the scholarship, increasing the unemployment, or etc. that actually have the cause of the lack of our economic growth itself. Well, link back to my first speaker that already stated about education. We already stated that in education, the budget efficiency already cutting almost 8 trillion rupiah from 14.30 rupiah, and it's actually a fallen out of the decreasing of the economic growth itself, because actually we can see that by this we know that education sector and health sector is the most important things, but because it have the correlation between with the human resources and the productivity itself. Yes, please.
You to clarify about budget efficiency will increasing the number of unemployment in our country. But ladies and gentlemen, please keep in mind about this one. The unemployment cases will overcome because we will get the profit by the investment that we got from budget efficiency. What do you think about that?
But actually, what kind of investment that you actually consider to increase our economic growth itself? And here, if we're talking about the increasing of the unemployment, it means that it have the correlation with the economic growth, education, and the health education itself. Okay, link back to my first speaker already stated. Education. Why we stated clear that we actually support the education is that we actually support this motion, because at first, ladies and gentlemen, to increase our human resources, we actually need the education itself. But with this cutting of the budget efficiency, we cannot see the true meaning of the education itself. We can see the decreasing of the human resources. And can the judges or the panels imagine that with this decreasing of the human resources, we actually cannot see the bright future for our country? Well, continue to my point then. Yes, please.
My question is simple. How the education sectors can be well if the economy sectors is disturbed? I need your opinion about that.
But actually, the tree or the root of this cause of the economic growth is the education itself. So you have to consider about this. You have to consider about the health and education sector itself. Well, link back to my point that the first one that I have to talk it is health. Why we stated about the health sector itself? Because actually, at first, ladies and gentlemen, health has the closest aspect with our citizens itself. Why we stated about this? Because at first, according to UC Berkeley itself, they already stated that health and education sector is the most important things in the country itself. So that's why in here we stated about the health itself. So why we stated about the health? But because first, we all need it. Even the poor, the young, or the rich one is already need the health sector itself, because it's urgent. When some people get sick, they actually need the health sector itself. And if the budget of efficiency has cutting the health itself, then we cannot see the productivity or the worker itself can actually get sick or ill sometimes, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, coming back to the presidential instruction number 1 of 2025 regarding budget cuts, that the cuts reach until 90.76 trillion from a total of 106.76 trillion. It's actually decreasing the function of the health itself. Why we stated about this? Why we stated about the function of the health itself? Yes, please, the second speaker.
One question for you. How you face the financial storm in 2030 when you spend your money more right now? Yeah, and you don't want to efficiency your budget. I need your opinion about that.
We don't see about we spend money, but actually we have to consider about the budget efficiency. If we cutting all the sector aspect, including the health and education, and pushing the unimportance program, then we have to see that there's a lot of decreasing in human resources and others. Okay, link back again. That's why we say that budget efficiency is actually decreasing the economic growth. Why we stated about this? Yes, please.
You need to know about the inflation storm that will be happen in the future, that our value of our money will be smaller, ladies and gentlemen. When we don't save the money now, what's the solution to
Thank you,
overcome
but
the
actually we
problem?
have to consider about the health and economic sector itself. That's why you have to listen to my argument. First, why we stated that the budget efficiency actually decreasing the use of vaccine and medicine. The Ministry of the Health said that it could register the use of the vaccine and medicine that we all know that is important for us from 12 months just cutting into 10 months. It's to actually stop it. That's why in here we can conclude that if the opposition team still disagree with this motion, they actually see there is a lot bigger problem in there. And the second one is reducing the hospital workers. Why we stated about this? Because at first, ladies and gentlemen, if the budget efficiency keep going, then it could be the increasing of the unemployment itself, and we can see that there's a lot of things that can be done by this budget efficiency. Okay, at the end of the day, we would like to state it that in here, the two-man point and two-man sector that actually have the closest meaning with the citizen itself, it's the health and education. If the health and education is gone and they have been cut at this, then we can see that there's a lot of more bigger things that could do Pakistan saving the budgets. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the Deputy Prime Minister to state the argument. Now we will proceed with the Deputy Leader of the Opposition team to present their argument. Time is yours.
Trees need water, cars need fuel. Smart budget are growth's golden rule. You spend with no care, then act surprised when the economy crashes. How unwise. Good morning, all the honorable judges and all the attendants here. Me, as the second speaker of opposition team, would like to state it that we totally disagree with our motion today, which has this house belief that budget efficiency in various sectors have no impact on economic growth. But before jump right to my argument, let me highlight several unbelievable arguments that comes from the government side. So the government side just talk two sectors that are very important. They don't consider there are lots of sectors are important too. They just talk two. It is the limit, it's very limit. So we need to extend our perspective, extend our vision that there's only two, the main sectors, but also economic sectors and infrastructure sectors and others. And also, you say that if we save money, it means that it will cause an employment. Could you imagine if we save money and if we invest, such as Danantara, it is a new program. They will buy stocks from a globally company. They will get profit, and so with the profit, they will get back all the employers, so they can work again. So, and also, what kind of investment that the government said to us? So, the kind of investment in Danantara itself, we know that Danantara is a new program from Prabowo's era. But please keep in mind that one purpose of Danantara itself is to manage the budget efficiency also in order to attract all the foreign investors. If we can attract all the investors, it will also increase our profit and they'll increase the... Hold on, sir. I haven't jumped right to my argument, so please keep your eye on my argument. So it seems like if we attract all the investors, it will also increase our economic growth. So we need to please keep in mind that this is not talking about the two sectors, but all of the sectors. So I think it's clear, so jump right to my argument. If we talk about investment, let me explain it in my... Hold on, sir, I just started, so please keep your eye on my argument, respect me. So in here, I would like to talk about budget efficiency and speculative motive. What is speculative motive? According to Compass.com, John Keynes make a theory about the demand of money that named by liquidity of preference. This theory explains there's three reasons why people hold the money. First, transaction motive, and then the second is precautionary motive, and then the second is speculation motive. And in here, I would like to talk about the speculation motive because of what? Because speculation motive, it will be implemented by the government in order to grow our economical life. Yes, please.
Okay, so you said in your argument about investment, but in here, ladies and gentlemen, we talked about long-term sustainable. If the investment be organized not by the education itself, how can the long-term sustainable of the investment can be organized?
I got
Thank
you.
you.
I got your point, sir. So you talk about the long-term condition, but so in here it is a correlation with that investment. It means that we are prepared for a long-term condition. If we invest the budget efficiency on Danantara, and if we manage the risks well, we will get the profit, and we also it will achieve the economic growth. So I think it's clear, so jump right to my argument. Let me explain more about the speculative motive or speculation motive. Speculation motive, it's such as you buy the stocks from the global company, and it is an investment. And with the speculation, the price of stocks with the value of stocks will higher in the future. So you will get the profit. So it's like about the investment, a speculation motive, where financial institutions have experienced very rapid development, encourages people to use money. Speculative activity, namely saving or using it to buy instruments such as stocks or investment in stocks. So it means that speculation in here, I mean allocating the public fund for instrument or infestation which hope to get profit in the future, even though there is uncertainty. Okay, there is uncertainty. We know that if we would like to invest, if we would like to do infestation, there are risks too. So the one thing we need to think is not about the profit first, but we manage the risk so we can minimize the risk that we got, and that we take lots of profit that can increase our economy life. Yes, please.
Okay, so you said about minimizing the risk, but ladies and gentlemen, but the proportion team cannot even imagine what the things that could happen in the future, but if the education sector itself cannot be organized properly, and how can they organize the investment itself?
I got your point, madam. Please respect me.
Unbelievable.
I got your point, sir. Please respect me. About education sector, so please keep in mind, sir, education and economic is the one that can connect each other. If the economic decrease, so the education also decrease. So which means that if you just pay attention more on the education, and then you don't care about the other sectors such as economy that have a contribution for our economic growth in our country, in Indonesia especially, it will also cause the education sectors too. So I think it's clear, so jump right to my argument. I will explain more. What is liquidity versus speculation? Saving fund can be held. It means that liquidity, and then also can be held precautionary and infestation. If it is speculation, the stocks, something that we buy will increase in the future, so we get the profit. And then speculation is different with invest, but yeah, we know that it's different. But how we can hybrid between invest and speculation? So in here, I would like to give an example. Danantara that I have mentioned before. Danantara, there's a new program, so they don't still have a progress to buy like infestation. But could you imagine that if the Danantara can attract all the investors because they manage their money professionally, the lots of profit that we got, the Danantara itself, we got lots of profit that will support our country, our economic country in Indonesia. So therefore, we from the opposition team would like to state that we totally disagree with our motion today, which says this House believe that budget efficiency in various sectors have no impact in economic growth. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the Deputy Leader of the Opposition Speaker. Now we will continue with the Government Whip Speaker. The time is yours.
I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1.
Cutting on essential sectors mean you decrease the welfare of the society. You are not facing economic growth, but you're facing economic loss. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable adjudicator, timekeeper, moderator, and my beloved opposition team. The motion that we're debating today is, this House believes that budget efficiency in various sectors have no impact on economic growth, and we, as the government team, totally agree with our argument. Before going right to my argument, I would like to rebuttal some unbelievable and nonsense argument that they stated before in their speaker, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, why do we care about education and healthcare? This is really important because these two sectors are the basic of human resources. And if we want to make an economic growth, the first thing that we need is not saving money, but we need to save human resources. We need to develop human resources. And this is really important, ladies and gentlemen. And also, secondly, they're talking that this budget efficiency can help government to save money for the other program. But ladies and gentlemen, they're cutting on budget that is on the crucial sectors like education and healthcare, and they're using this money to non-crucial sector that don't have any real impact to the society. For example, those free lunch programs that until now not have been implemented fully throughout this nation. This is really crucial. This is really ironic, ladies and gentlemen. And also, when we're talking about investment that they're stating again and again in their argument, we know that investment needed human resources. And where do the human resources come from? It comes from the educational sectors. And when they're cutting budget on educational sector, how can we build our human resources, ladies and gentlemen? We're also talking about the future. If our future nation cannot have enough human resources, this is really, really ironic, ladies and gentlemen. And also, talking about investment, according to the Faculty of Economy and Business, University of Indonesia, stated that many investors in Indonesia are coming from foreign investors, ladies and gentlemen, not coming from our own investor, which means that if we no, thank you, let me finish my rebuttal. So in here, when we're making budget efficiency, it gives the opportunity for investors that come from foreign country to actually invest in our country rather than our own human resources to actually invest in our own country, ladies and gentlemen. And also in here, if we're talking about those kind of like speculation motive, etc., which means that you're buying thing and then you save it, etc. But in here, we have to consider is budget efficiency is the only policy that the government used to save money? Of course not, ladies and gentlemen. There is so many policy that the government used to save money. For example, fiscal policy, fiscal expansion, and fiscal contractive that saving money. For example, if you want to use your money in a big sector, you can use fiscal expansive. But if you want to save money, you can use fiscal contractive. And this is more adaptable with our situation right now, ladies and gentlemen. And also, going right into my argument, here we're talking about two things, right? Education and healthcare. And this is really correlate with the status quo that we're debating in here. Yes, please?
My question is same as what I said before, that the inflation storm that will happen in future, where our value of our money will be smaller than now. When we don't do the save money, what's your solution to overcome this problem?
Well, if you want to save money, as I stated before, there is fiscal, ladies and gentlemen, fiscal policy, fiscal contractive and expansive that also used to save money and control the budget that get out from the government, ladies and gentlemen. And also in here, if they're talking that investment is something that correlates with the future, are you want to open an opportunity for bigger investors that come from foreign country to actually invest in our country, which means that all the profit not belongs to our country at all, but belong to those foreign country. This is a really ironic, ladies and gentlemen. Going right into my argument, so in here, we're facing a new policy, which is budget efficiency, right? And budget efficiency, why we strongly disagree with the existence of budget efficiency, and why do we say that it has no impact on economic growth? Because one crucial thing, it cut the budget on crucial sectors, ladies and gentlemen. Education and healthcare have to be cut down, and we have to know where do this education and healthcare goes to. Firstly is, when we're talking about education, it made human resources, and when we're talking about healthcare sectors, let me finish my argument, please. So when we're talking about healthcare sector, it comes in the productivity of a person. And if those two things is being decreased down, how can we guarantee, firstly, yes please? The second speaker.
Okay, my question is, when you would like to, such as like this, you would like to build the infrastructure, but the economic is still the economic is disturbed. How do you improve your facility? Meanwhile, our economic is disturbed. I need your opinion about that.
Well, our economy did not stop, ladies and gentlemen, but because the existence of budget efficiency, that is the time where our economy stopped because government tried to save money for non-crucial sector. This is ironic, ladies and gentlemen. And also when we're talking about building infrastructure, for example, building school, building hospital, it's also being stated by my first and second speaker that it's also being reduced. The budget are being reduced down, and this is really ironic, ladies and gentlemen. And also in here, our framing of motion is that we're stating that this have no impact means that the economic will not grow higher and higher, but it will decrease down, which means that we're facing economic loss because we loss of human productivity and we loss of human resources, ladies and gentlemen. For example, in education, teacher and also limited access to resources, scholarship being cut. This is really ironic. Even when, according to the University of Erlangga, this is stated that education, healthcare is also really affected in economic growth. And if it's being cut down, which means that we want to decrease our welfare of society for nonsense things, ladies and gentlemen, this is really unbelievable. And also in here, we know that budget efficiencies money are used for those like free lunch program. And imagine, ladies and gentlemen, according to the Ministry of Economy, from 82.9 million target, just reach 2.4%. How about if we want to make 100%? How about the money that will be cut down? This is really ironic, ladies and gentlemen. And that is why at the end of our argument, we really stated clearly that healthcare and also education is the one that's building country, ladies and gentlemen. Because if we're talking about this, budget efficiency is not the only one policy that can save money. There is fiscal, contractive, and expansive. There is more adaptability with our economic needs right now. And that is all my argument proudly to propose. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for our government whip speaker. Now we proceed with the opposition whip speaker. The time is yours.
Budget efficiency is not just about saving the money, but an investment for our better future. Good afternoon, everybody. The honorable judges, timekeeper, the moderator, and all the participants who are attending here. As an opposition whip, I want to say that our person today is disagree with the motion which says this House believes that budget efficiency in various sectors have no impact on economic growth. But before I go into my argument, let me give a highlight that I think something wrong that comes from the side of the government team. The government team to glorify that we have to push the education sector and health sector, ladies and gentlemen. But we have to know that education sector and health sector get proved by the economic sector. So you cannot prove the education sector and health sector if the economic sector get distraction, ladies and gentlemen. And the other side of the house to glorify that we don't have to save the money, ladies and gentlemen. We have to use it now to increase the sector that we need now, ladies and gentlemen. But we have to know, ladies and gentlemen, our country, Indonesia, will get the financial storm in 2023 when the value of our money itself will get decreased. And this is the biggest number of the inflation, ladies and gentlemen. So if you don't save money right now, in 2023, the economy of our country will go down, ladies and gentlemen, because we don't have anything to save. So I think it's clear. Let me jump right into my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, in my argument, we will talk deeper with what my first speaker and second speaker already taught to you. Let's start with my first speaker taught you before, that budget efficiency not just save the money, but the investigation for our future, ladies and gentlemen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the government already make the collaboration with the Danantara, ladies and gentlemen, to get investment from the budget of efficiency budget, and in the future we can take the profit from it, ladies and gentlemen. It means that the government, hold on, sir. It means that the government not just saving budget, but the government project it and make it, the quantity of the budget gets more and more. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. For the
You say that economic, it support the health sector itself. And now, I would like to give a question. Where will it come from human productivity that could support the economic sector itself? Where does it come from? Human productivity.
I got your point, sir. you to glorify that we have to build the human resources, ladies and gentlemen, and it's in the education sector. But I have to say that at the fundamental sector that to help education sector is economic sector. So you cannot say that we can build education sector if there is the economic sector get distraction, ladies and gentlemen, because the fundamental sector is economic sector. If economic sector go down, ladies and gentlemen, the other sector like education sector and health sector will be get decreased because they get proof by the economic sector itself. Hold on, sir. I still answer your teammate question because because economic sector help those sector, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's crystal clear. Let me back into my argument. As my first speaker, I just start it. Please respect me. It's my time. As my first speaker told you before that our government already make the collaboration with Danantara. What is Danantara, ladies and gentlemen? Danantara is the one sector that help the government to invest in our money. So the money that got for budget efficiency, not just save, but yes, please.
One simple question is not just budget efficiency that control the saving and budget, ladies and gentlemen, but as we stated before, there is also fiscal policy that control the saving and also the budget that the government want to use. And in here, what's better in fiscal is that it's not cutting on crucial sectors like education and healthcare. Please respond to this.
I got your point, madam. So why budget efficiency is the best way? Because budget efficiency already give the infestation, ladies and gentlemen. And like my second speaker told you before, that's only not only the infestation motive, there is a speculation motive, ladies and gentlemen. And with speculation motive, we can't take a profit more than 100%. So it means, ladies and gentlemen, if we implement the budget efficiency, it can make our money we can increase the number of our money, ladies and gentlemen, and of course it can have the impact on our economic growth. So I still answer your question, sir, madam, so please respect me. So because of that, ladies and gentlemen, the budget efficiency can't have impact in economic growth. So let me back into my argument. What is Danantara? Danantara is one sector that help our government to invest the money. I just started, please refer me, it's my time, okay? Danantara is the one sector to help the government to invest the money. So the government don't just save the money, but the number of the money will get increased. Yes, please.
Well, you stated that budget efficiency gives profit, right? Where does the profit go if those investors are coming from foreign country, which means all the profit will go to the foreign country, not our country, and how it will boost our economic growth? Please respond to this.
I got your point, madam. So, as my second speaker told you before, that those profit will come to us, ladies and gentlemen, because that we will make the hybrid between the investment motive and speculate motive, and the profit will just not maybe that 10%, but the profit will be more than 100%. So it means that there is the big number of the profit, and it's make sure that the budget efficiency is the best way to increase our economic sector. I think it's crystal clear, so let me back into my argument. As my second speaker told you before, there's not only the investment motive to increase the number of our money, there's also the speculative motive. It means that we buy the product and we get speculate that this product will get increasing number of the increasing value of this product itself. It means that if this product gets increased, we will get profit. So because of that, we from the opposition team strongly and absolutely disagree with our motion today. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now for both of the team, this is the time for you to sum up all of your arguments. We start with the government team. Reply speaker, you have 4 minutes and 20 seconds to speak.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable judges, and my beloved partner from the opposition team. In here, ladies and gentlemen, many things that the honorable judges must be considered and the opposition team must be considered. First is they state that about this budget efficiency is saving the money for infestation. If they're saving money, ladies and gentlemen, then why the government have to cut a crucial sectors like education and health sector? It means what? It means they're not saving, ladies and gentlemen, but they cut the cost. And this is the things that must be considered by the opposition team. And the second one is they talk about brighter future. It seems like the opposition team live in their own dream, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Because if they're cutting crucial sectors like education and they're talking about investment could give an impact for us. How come this thing could happen? Because in here, we just not only talk about today and tomorrow, but we talk about long-term sustainable, about economic growth. And if this thing could not happen, ladies and gentlemen, and if the human resources in Indonesia itself cannot be developed, how can the next generation continue the investment itself? Is that letting the foreign investor to invest in our country and give a profit for their country, and our country have no profit? Of course, it's nonsense, ladies and gentlemen, and this is very unbelievable. And this is why our team should lose, and why our team should win, and why their team should lose. And the second one is we talk about crucial sectors. We talk about crucial sectors that could supporting the economic growth itself. Because, ladies and gentlemen, without human resources, without human productivity, of course, cannot supporting the economic itself. And in our argument, we don't even talk about this day and tomorrow, but we talk about long-term conditions. Because why? Because if we talk about investment, ladies and gentlemen, who is the citizen that will deserve the investment itself? Of course, the people from our next generation, not from here generation. And this is the things that we must be consider in here. And if the opposition team still argue about this saving the money, it means that investment, we have to realize that in here, in our country, ladies and gentlemen, there are fiscal that could be the media of the government itself to save the money. And that's why that's the things that we have to be questioned is why they have to get this budget efficiency and cut the crucial cost. And ladies and gentlemen, they talked about education and health sector have no correlation. But in our side of the house, ladies and gentlemen, we totally disagree without that. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Because healthcare itself could create human productivity, and education itself could create more innovation, and can increase the human resources itself. And human resources and human productivity is the one thing that we need to improve our economic growth in Indonesia, and could support the investment itself. So it's totally unbelievable if they talk about they have to note correlation. And this is and the things that they must be considered is that if people sick, they can't work, it means no money. This thing is a simple example that we must know, ladies and gentlemen. And by the data that we get, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia, why we stated that this thing cannot give us an impact for economic growth? Because now, ladies and gentlemen, our economic growth is just 4.3 until 5.8%. It means that so far from our target, that targeted 6 until 7% itself, ladies and gentlemen, and 4.3 until 5.8% is the things that is the economic data from economic growth that after the budget efficiency itself existing. So in here, we as a proposition team still agree with this motion that economic budget efficiency cannot give any profit for economic growth. That's all for me, and thank you.
Okay, thank you for the reply speaker from government team. Now we move on to the reply speaker from the opposition team. 4 minutes and 20 seconds is yours.
Rain falls down, rivers flow. Smart spending makes the nation grow. You ignore this, then wonder why the economic fails. Don't ask, just cry. So good afternoon, the honorable judges and all the attendants here. Me, as the reply speaker of opposition team, would like to state that we totally disagree with our motion today, which has this house belief that budget efficiency in various sectors have no impact on economic growth. in here, I would like to deliver several points and arguments that will prove that opposition today is right and we will become the winner on this debate, the competition. The first is efficiency. We need to keep in mind about this. Efficiency means that we just not save the money and we do not just do not use the money at all, but we save in order to use it for our needs in the future. So in here, I would like to, after we keep in mind of this point, let me jump to the summary. First is efficiency is infestation. So let's see that we not just save money, but we make the quantity of it to increase. So it means like the government team that it seems like we save money, but we don't use money. But in here, we save money, but we use the money in order to increase our economic growth in the future. And if we say that there's the important sectors in Indonesia, such as health and sectors, but they don't consider one important sectors that is economic. If you just mention about the health and education, it means that there's a gaps. You are walk just one leg, not with two legs. So we need to keep in mind on this. If your economic growth are decreased, it will also cause for the education sectors. Why? Because they have no GDP or have no tax in order to build the infrastructure or facility to support the education in Indonesia. So we need to keep in mind on this. And as I said before about the investment, there's a new program from Prabowo's era that is called Danantara. Danantara is a kind of Indonesian investment that manage and improve the country's assets professionally and profitable. So it's just like the government, the budget efficiency that the government get, they give the money to the Danantara to manage properly so that it will get a more profitable. So such as like this. Could you imagine that if Danantara have success to manage money properly, if it also attract all the investors from the foreign investors, they can increase our profit. That will also cause development in our country, such as in health sectors and in education. If you don't have money, so you can buy anything. So in here, you need to increase your profit so that you can support the other sectors such as education and health. And then, as I said before about the speculation, we know that invest is very risky. But if you manage risky well, you will get lots of profit that will grow your growth. Support economic growth, especially Indonesia will face financial storm in 2030. So in here, we save money, just save it. Do not just save it, but we use it in order for our needs in the future. So if you say that we don't talk about the long-term sustainable, we talk about it long-term sustainable, and also to increase a long-term in the future, or for our Indonesian development. So in here, I would like to state that we from the opposition team the opposition team totally disagree with our motion today, which has this house belief that budget efficiency in various sectors have no impact on economic growth. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for the reply speaker from government team. That is the end of our first performance for the grand final round. Once again, please give them both teams applause for giving us the amazing and enjoyable performance. Okay, for the participants, please go back to your seat. Okay, thank you very much. This is now 4 past 20, almost 4 past 20. Now we will welcome the two teams who will be the next performance in our grand final round.
Kita butuh yang rekapan.
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and all of the audiences, the respective judges, and the mentors, and also the beloved participants. This is the last performance of our grand final round, and I would like to say hi to the participants. Hi. Okay, so I believe that you already know all the rules, and please stick to the rules, yeah? Okay, so please take your place in front of the stage. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, for the next performance, we have SMA Negeri Aimere as a government team and SMA Negeri 2 Bajawa as the opposition team. With the motions, this House believes that social media companies should be responsible for spreading misinformation. This House believes that social media companies should be responsible for spreading misinformations. Before they begin their performance, please, audiences, give them a big applause. Okay, for the first one is for the government team. Please introduce your team members before we begin.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator, for the opportunity given to me. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable judges, respect moderators, my beloved opposition team, and their audience. Before we continue our argument, let me introduce my teammates to you. My name is Fena, and I'm the first speaker from the government team. With me are Longki as the second speaker and Christine as the third speaker. We represent Manwan Aimere, stand here to discuss the motion. This House believes that social media companies should be responsible for spreading misinformation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, government team. Now the opposition side, please introduce your team members.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the moderators, the judges, timekeeper, also my beloved friend from the government team. Today we ask the opposition team to stand in front of you here to starting our debate. But before we start our debate, let me introduce myself first. I'm Amelia Kastanauseran as the first speaker, and here my teammate, Filman Palma Asang as the second speaker, and Rahel Olivia as the third speaker. That's all, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for opposition team. Now we will begin our performance with the Prime Minister from government side to define the motions and also give their arguments. The time starts now.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator, for the opportunity given to me. So, ladies and gentlemen, as the first speaker from the government team, I strongly support this motion. This House believes that social media companies should be responsible for spreading misinformation. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we allow companies to spread misinformation on their platforms without consequences? So, ladies and gentlemen, before I present my several arguments, let me clarify some key terms in this motion. I have 3 key terms in this motion. The first is social media campaigns, the second is responsible, and the third is misinformation. Ladies and gentlemen, let me explain one by one. The first is social media campaigns. Social media companies, there are the platforms or services that facilitate the creation, sharing, and exchange of information, users, and content among users. Examples include Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. The second is responsible. Responsible in this context, it means that social media campaigns should be held accountable for the content they allow to spread on their platforms, and they should take action to prevent the dissemination of false information. Ladies and gentlemen, third is misinformation. Misinformation, this refers to false or inaccurate information that is spread deliberately or intentionally. So, ladies and gentlemen, this motion addresses a crucial issue of our time, that the spread of misinformation via social media. Ladies and gentlemen, misinformation can cause whispered harm, influence public opinion, affecting election, and even leading to real-world consequences such as violence or panic. Ladies and gentlemen, social media companies have an enormous responsibility to ensure that the content shared on the platforms is accurate and that false or harmful information is prevented from going viral. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have several important arguments why I strongly support this motion. The first is responsible of platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, social media companies are the gatekeepers of the information that reach billions of people daily. Ladies and gentlemen, they have, no thank you, let me finish this part. They have the technology and resources to detect and prevent the spread of harmful information. No thank you, I'm still explaining. So ladies and gentlemen, the second is public safety. False information can create panic or, yes please, the first speaker.
Okay, so you say that the social media companies should be taken responsible of the spreading misinformation, right? But you have to know that users also have a freedom of expressions, right? And when we want to take responsible for the social media companies, it means the user also doesn't have this freedom of the expressions, of the freedom of expressions, and it can be infringement on the freedom of speech. And what do you think about this? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, my friend. That's a very good question. I will answer it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I disagree that electronic media companies have the freedom to publish any information. They must adhere to journalistic ethical standards and not publish information that is inaccurate, misleading, or harmful to society. Creating limitations such as prohibiting the publication of conventional, defamatory, or influencing, no thank you, let me finish this part, installing information should be held accountable. So ladies and gentlemen, let me go back to my arguments. False information can create panic or even harm people's health. For examples, no thank you, let me finish this part. During the COVID-19 pandemic, false health information spread on social media, leading to confusion and public health risks. Ladies and gentlemen, social media campaigns should be held accountable for allowing this. Oh, yes, please, the second speaker.
Okay, so they mentioned before about when the social media companies must have responsibility for the misinformation content, ladies and gentlemen. But we need to know again and again, ladies and gentlemen. So according to question AI.id, much COVID misinformation come from elected official or celebrities, ladies and gentlemen. R is the social media companies. It's not, ladies and gentlemen. It's the user, ladies and gentlemen. And in here, that we need the user responsibility, not the social media companies' responsibility. I need your opinion about this, madam.
Okay, thank you, my friend. That's a very good question. I will answer it. So, ladies and gentlemen, the false information in this case can create panic or even harmful health. For examples, during the COVID-19 pandemic, false health information spread on social media, leading to confusion and public health risk. So let me go back to my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, third, influence on society. Misinformation on social media can influence elections and public, no thank you, let me finish this part, and public opinion, distorting democratic process in the 2019 US presidential election. For examples, fake news stories on social media had a significant, no thank you, I'm still explaining, has a significant impact on the electronic outcomes. So ladies and gentlemen, in many countries, yes please, third speaker.
Okay, you see that always the social media companies should be responsible for the spreading misinformation. So do you have a constitution that regulations for social media companies should be responsible for the spreading misinformation?
Okay, thank you. That's a very good question. I will answer it. So ladies and gentlemen, misinformation, we believe that the social media campaigns have a role in regulating the content they publish. They must ensure that the content they publish does not, no thank you, I'm still explaining, does not mislead or harm society. So ladies and gentlemen, let me go back to my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, in many countries, there are regulations that hold media organizations accountable for the contents they publish. For instance, the European Union, the Digital Services Act, publish obligations on digital platforms to monitor and remove harmful content, including misinformation. Ladies and gentlemen,
the concrete examples like during the pandemic, misinformation about vaccines and virus transmission spread rapidly on the platforms like Facebook and Twitter. This results in people refusing to get vaccinated or engage in harmful behaviors. Ladies and gentlemen, the second is election interference. In 2019, misinformation spread on platforms like Facebook and Twitter influenced factors, perception of candidates, including false stories about the candidates' policies, which leads to... Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the Prime Minister speaker. Now we will proceed with the leader of the opposition team to present their argument. Time is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the moderators, timekeepers, the judges, also my friend from the government team. Today, we ask the opposition's team to stand firmly to discuss something really, really serious that happened into our digital system, right? That with the motion today, this House believes that social media companies should be responsible for spreading misinformation. Ladies and gentlemen, in today's digital age, around 4 billion people in the world use social media platforms such as Facebook, Twitter or X, and TikTok, and have become the main places where people get information. However, along with the increasing use of social media comes the concerns about the spreading of misinformation or hoaxes. According to a report from the Pew Research Center in 2022, more than 50% of American social media users have encountered information that they consider misleading. There is increasing pressures on social media companies to filter or take responsibility for the content. However, there is a few that feel responsibility should not be placed on social media companies. The first thing is freedom of expression is a user right. Social media provides space for users to express their opinions, right? And if companies assume responsibility for all information that circulates, then the potential for infringement or freedom of speech is a great, and this could lead to over censorships. And ladies and gentlemen, holding social media companies fully accountable for all information shared could lead to excessive restrictions on freedom of expression. We have to be determining what constitutes misinformation is subjective, and it could be misused to censor unpopular or controversial viewpoints. The second thing is technically difficulties and scale. We have to consider that with billions of posts daily, it's technically very difficult and even impossible for the social media companies to monitor or verify the accuracy of every piece of content. The third thing is user responsibility. The misinformation is actually the responsibility of the users, ladies and gentlemen. Users also have a responsibility. Yes, please. The first speaker.
Okay, thank you. So, if social media platforms are not responsible, then who should be held accountable for the massive spread of false information on their networks?
Okay, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, I think the government team didn't listen carefully what I am talking about. I thought that users have to take responsibility on the social media, ladies and gentlemen. The misinformation is actually the responsible of for the users too, not only for the social media companies itself, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I will continue to my argument. So it's not always coming from the companies to take a responsibility, but also come from the users too, ladies and gentlemen. And if social media companies have to take a responsibility for the hoaxes, it means that it can become overly cautious in allowing expressions, no thank you, and lack of creativity and innovations for the users, ladies and gentlemen. And if social media can become the sole arbiters, yes please?
Okay, thank you. So, how can we protect the public from harmful hoax and fake news if platforms are allowed to operate without consequences?
Okay, thank you. That's a very good question. So that means our country make a constitution in law in number 19, 2006 about change law in 11, 2008 about information transaction electronic or ITE, discuss about responsible from the user for spreading misinformation, ladies and gentlemen. It means and it proved that the law and the constitution that has been made from our country, from the government, it proved that users have to take a responsibility for the misspreading information or hoaxes. itself, ladies and gentlemen. I will continue to my argument. So, and if social media companies lack of creativity or innovation for the user and become the sole arbiters of truth and thus have high risk of political, ideological, no thank you, or commercial bias in the content moderation process. And the fifth is massive volume and, yes please?
Okay, thank you. How you can determine what constitutes misinformation and what does not, especially in the context or opinions or viewpoints.
That's why our country make a regulation or constitutions, because the social media companies not can be held enough, have to take the responsibility, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why we believe that, opposition team believe that users also have to take a responsibility for this misspreading information or hoaxes that spreading in the social media, ladies and gentlemen. I will continue to my argument. And, I'm sorry. And the risk of excessive power in corporations. If the companies has the authority to determine the truth, they could be abused this power to silence certain opinions or favor specific interests. And it is contrary to principle of information's transparency. And I have a data that YouTube, more than 500 hours of video are uploaded, no thank you, uploaded every minute. And Twitter, around 500 million tweets per day. Yes, please, from the second speaker.
Okay, so the platforms that provides the speech and tools for this misinformation also be responsible for preventing its abuse.
Can you repeat it again, please?
My pleasure. So the platforms that provide the speech.
I'll continue my argument. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have a data from the UNESCO survey in 2021 shows that only 39% of the global populations has sufficient basic digital literacy, ladies and gentlemen. And according to the Pew Research Center 2022, 58% of users trust information from friends and family on social media more than official news. So it proved that users also have to take on responsibility for the spreading information into social media. And false information or misinformation on social media is indeed a serious issue. Placing full responsibility on social media companies is not a fair, effective solution. Social media platforms are merely tools used by individuals to share content, and it is the user who create and spread false information. Holding companies fully accountable to risk censorships limits freedoms of expressions and overlook the role of education and digital literacy in addressing the problem. Instead, efforts should focus on empowering users to think critically and promoting collaborations between governments and platforms to find balanced solutions, ladies and gentlemen. And responsibility should be shared, not solely placed on the companies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the leader of the opposition speaker. Now we will move on to the Deputy Prime Minister to give the argument. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator, for the time given to me, and thank you to the first speaker from our team for such a clear and compelling argument. Well, dear honorable judges, dear opponents, and everyone here, today we, the proposition team, strongly support the motion that this House believes that social media companies should be responsible for spreading misinformation. Ladies and gentlemen, social media companies help spread information, but they also allow false news to spread. Because they have access and control on this platform, they should be responsible for stopping spread misinformation. If not, ladies and gentlemen, false news can cause serious problems like panic and confusion. Ladies and gentlemen, these companies have the tools to check fact and remove false content. If they take responsibility, ladies and gentlemen, internet will be safer for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why we believe that social media companies must stop misinformation on their platforms. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the social media companies have both the means and the moral obligation to moderate and limit the spread of harmful misinformation. We are not advocating for censorship, but rather for accountability. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, there are existing laws and frameworks that call for greater responsibility from these companies to prevent harm caused by misinformation. Ladies and gentlemen, first, the Digital Service Act. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a regulation from the European Union that imposed specific obligation on online platforms to tackle harmful content, including misinformation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Digital Service Act requires social media companies, no thank you, I'm still explaining, to take responsibility for the content shared on their platforms, including taking swift action, no thank you, I just start, let me finish this part, including taking swift action to remove illegal content. This law clearly outlines, yes please? Sorry, to the second speaker.
Okay, so they talk about the social media companies have access and control, ladies and gentlemen. But in here, they have a misinformation too, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what? Because according from the Meta AI shows that in 2022, Meta reported that AI removed 17 million posts of misinformation, but later restated over 2 million after appeals, ladies and gentlemen. Even with AI moderation and human review, false positive and negative are unavoidable, ladies and gentlemen. So I need your opinion about this one, Mr.
Okay, thank you so much. That's a very good question. I will answer it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, like I said before, the social media companies have both the means and the moral obligation to moderate and limit the spread of harmful misinformation. And we are not advocating for censorship, but rather for accountability. Okay, I will back to my argument. Well, ladies and gentlemen, about the Digital Service Act, no thank you, I'm still explaining. This law clearly aligns with our argument that social media platforms should not only be responsible for the content they, no thank you, let me finish this part, has but also for misinformation that could harm the public. Well, ladies and gentlemen, yes please, for the first speaker.
So can you give me the law that shows and that can be proven that social media companies should be taken responsible for the spreading informations? Because ladies and gentlemen, if you want to, the social media company should be taken responsible, and we have to give the law that proven that social media companies should be taken responsibility for the spreading misinformations or the hoaxes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, my friends. That's a very good question. I will answer it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for instance, in European Union, the Digital Service Act 2020 placed obligation on digital platforms to monitor and remove harmful content, including misinformation. Similarly, ladies and gentlemen, in the United States, Section 230, no, thank you, I'm still explaining, of the Communication Decent Act, although perfection performed from liability, no thank you, let me finish this part, from liability. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I will back to my argument. Digital Data Protection Regulation, yes please, to the third speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, every people have a mindset, right? So it's so preposterous if cannot be changed the misinformations and the real informations, ladies and gentlemen. So what do you think about that, sir?
Okay, thank you, my friends. That's a very good question. I will answer it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for the accurate information is based on facts, not misleading, and does not harm society. Inaccurate information is not based on fact, misleading, or harmful to society. Electronic media companies must be responsible for, no thank you, let me finish this part, for information errors and ensure that information the published is accurate. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and second, the General Data Protection Regulation. I'm still explaining. Another European Union regulation. The General Data Protection Regulation give individuals more control over their data and how, yes please, to the second speaker. Okay, so back to my argument. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while it's primarily focused on data privacy, it has provisions related to transparency and accountability, which could extend to social media companies' role in disseminating false information. It also creates a legal framework under which companies could be penalized for negligence, including the spreading misinformation that harms individuals. Third, ladies and gentlemen, the Communication Decency Act. Ladies and gentlemen, the Communication Design Act has the traditionally provide internet companies. Ladies and gentlemen, including social media platforms with immunity from liability for user-generated content. However, ladies and gentlemen, this law has come under increasing security net. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, lawmakers in the U.S. have discussed listing of the Responsibility Section 230, especially in light of the rise of misinformation on social media. The argument is that, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the Deputy Prime Minister. Now we will move on to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition to begin your speech.
Okay, so good afternoon everyone while attending in here. Me as the second speaker from the opposition team totally really disagree with our motion today that says this house believe that social media companies should be responsible for spreading misinformation, ladies and gentlemen. So before going to my argument, I want to rebut some point from the government team. So the government team has claimed before about social media companies provide from misinformation, so they must be liable, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, misinformation is a problem, ladies and gentlemen. But in here, I must remind you again and again, ladies and gentlemen, that the user have a responsible too in the misinformation, ladies and gentlemen. So for the example, much COVID misinformation come from elected officials or celebrities, ladies and gentlemen. Are there as the social media companies? Not, ladies and gentlemen. There are the user, ladies and gentlemen. So the user must have a responsible, ladies and gentlemen. And then they talk about social media have an access and control, ladies and gentlemen. But in here, they have a misinformation, ladies and gentlemen. Can you imagine that? How many posting that every day, ladies and gentlemen, with another language, ladies and gentlemen. So many languages, ladies and gentlemen. And even with AI moderation and human review, false positive and negative are unavoidable, ladies and gentlemen. Like I cited from the data that justframing.com shows that in 2022, Meta reported that their AI removed 70 million posts of misinformation, but later instead over 2 million after appeals, ladies and gentlemen. And then we need to talk about the responsibility of the user itself, ladies and gentlemen. So according to medcom.id, has shows user play a role in spreading hoax, a lack of critical thinking and media literacy among user is also a key issue, ladies and gentlemen. So a key in here, it's the user itself, ladies and gentlemen, not the social media companies, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what? Because when we want to make a responsibility in here, we must to make a collaboration from the user and the social media companies itself, ladies and gentlemen. And let's jump to my argument. My first point is the sets a dangerous precedent for censorship, ladies and gentlemen, making platform legally responsible for all misinformation, open the door of censorship, ladies and gentlemen. And third is, yes please, from the second speaker.
Okay, thank you. So, do you have examples of countries or systems that have successfully addressed the spread of misinformation without holding social media companies?
Okay, so they talk about a country, ladies and gentlemen. So in here, I want to remind you again and again, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia already prepared a law for the misinformation, ladies and gentlemen, like I cited from our Prime Minister said before, ladies and gentlemen. And in here that we must to make a government in the whole world, make a stronger rule, stronger law, stronger public, to make this misinformation decrease, ladies and gentlemen. And from their question, it support our position today, ladies and gentlemen. And then I like to talk about digital literacy remains low, ladies and gentlemen. According to question.ai.id, most users don't verify information before sharing it, ladies and gentlemen. And it's bad for the user itself, ladies and gentlemen. So when the user want to share their video with have a misinformation, they must to have a literation in here, ladies and gentlemen. So it's not coming to, now thank you young lady, let me finish this part, okay? So it's not coming from the user itself, ladies and gentlemen. It's come from the responsibility of responsibility of user, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what? Because will literation in here, it's user, not social media companies, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what? Because from our data that I already proved to you, that so many billion posting, yes please?
Okay. If social media platforms are not responsible, then who should be held accountable for the massive spread of false information
I
on
get your
their
point, young
networks?
lady. But we need to know again and again, ladies and gentlemen, from the question, they are support our position today, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what? Because in here, the master responsibility, it's user itself, ladies and gentlemen. And the user have a control with their social media, ladies and gentlemen, not the social media companies, but the user itself, ladies and gentlemen. And then from the question, they are support our position today, ladies and gentlemen. And then I like to talk about user, and I like to talk about strict regulation can be abolished, ladies and gentlemen. Over-regulation can lead to government overreach and censorship, ladies and gentlemen. So we need to make something like a rule, something like a policy in the whole world, ladies and gentlemen, in our world, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what? Because with this policy, we can decrease the misinformation, ladies and gentlemen. So even though we try, yes please, from the second speaker.
Can you name an alternative, can you name an effective alternative to platform accountability that still ensure the safety and integrity of online information?
Okay, so they talk about the solution, ladies and gentlemen. I include from their question, ladies and gentlemen. But we need to know that we must to have a collaboration in here, ladies and gentlemen, from the user, from the government, from the social media companies, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what? Because in here, that play a big role, it's the user itself, ladies and gentlemen. Number two is the social media companies, and the third and the last is government, ladies and gentlemen. So with this collaboration, we can decrease the hoax, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what? Because we can know, we can literation from this misinformation, ladies and gentlemen. So we cannot just trap in the misinformation, ladies and gentlemen. So we can make a solution, ladies and gentlemen, with a collaboration itself, ladies and gentlemen. And I will to continue to my argument. The second is, it's the empirical technology unforeseeable, ladies and gentlemen. Social media platform hosts billions of posts every day across hundreds of languages, ladies and gentlemen. Like I already proved to you that even with AI, yes please?
Okay, so how can how can users be more responsible when sharing information?
Okay, so they already contain it again and again, ladies and gentlemen. But in here, I already proved to all of us in here, ladies and gentlemen, that literation in here, it's too important, ladies and gentlemen. So we can know about when we use this platform, we can make a difference with misinformation and the real information, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why we need to make a collaboration, user, social media companies, and the government, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why that we need to make a user master responsibility. Finally, we must empower people to think critically, ladies and gentlemen, not outsource judgment to corporation, but blaming platforms alone influences the public and ignores the root issues, ladies and gentlemen. Digital literacy in here, it's most important, ladies and gentlemen. So the government must have make something like a policy to apply this digital literacy, ladies and gentlemen, and these have back for our user, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what? Because user have play a big role in here again and again, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why me as the second speaker from the opposition team totally really disagree with our motion today, which says this house believe that social media companies should not be solely responsible for the spread of misinformation. That's all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the deputy leader of the opposition team. Now we will move on to the government whip speaker. Time is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the opportunity given to me. Today, I stand here to discuss this motion that this House believes that social media companies should be responsible for spreading misinformation. As the third speaker from the government team, I... Ladies and gentlemen, social media is a big part of our life, and many people get their information from the platform. But with this comes a big responsibility for spreading misinformation. When social media do not control their platform, the false information spread fast and can hurt many people. Ladies and gentlemen, we've seen this happen before. False information about important things like finalists, politics, and health has spread quickly. Remove false information and on social media causing problem for many people. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that social media companies should protect their users from false information. They should control what's on their platform, remove false information, and promote true information. Ladies and gentlemen, in this debate, we will argue that social media companies should held responsible for spreading misinformation. We will present evidence and arguments to support our position. We think this important step in keeping people safe from the harm caused by false information. Ladies and gentlemen, while the argument social media platform should not be held entirely responsible for the spread of misinformation, we believe that the evidence clearly shows that these companies have the means and obligate to act. Our team, as the pro team, strongly affirms that social media companies must be held accountable for the misinformation spread on their platform. Ladies and gentlemen, I will support the statement by the second speaker of my team. The second speaker has rightly pointed out that social media platforms profit from user engagement, which often includes that spread of sensational or misleading content. Furthermore, they are already acting frameworks like the European Union's digital service. I'm sorry, my friend, I just start the patient, please. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, they are already acting framework like European Union's, I'm sorry my friend, let me finish this part, Service Act and the Network Environments Act in Germany. They provide a precedent for holding social media companies accountable. These regulations have proven to be, okay, the second speaker please.
Okay, so they always complained about the social media companies have access and control, ladies and gentlemen. But in here, I want to remind you again and again, ladies and gentlemen. But in here, that the user have play a big role in here, ladies and gentlemen. So the user already control their social media, ladies and gentlemen. So how could you tell?
Okay, that's a very good question. I will answer it. Ladies and gentlemen, social media platforms like Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter possess post-baked algorithms, AI, and data analysis tools. They have the capacity to identify false information. Okay, let me go back my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, the spread, no thanks, let me finish this part. The spread of misinformation on social media does just miss people, it also polarized societies. False narrative about political issues, health crisis, or social movements, I'm sorry my friend, let me finish this part, can divide communities. Social media companies play a certain role in this polarization by allowing this type of content to thrive, holding these companies accountable. Okay, the third speaker.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, spreading misinformation is not but that's also from the gossips, televisions, and the radio. So what do you think about that, young lady?
Okay, my friend, that's a very good question, but your question will be answered after this. Okay, let me go back my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, social media companies play a certain role in this polarization by allowing this type of content to thrive. Holding this, no thanks, let me finish this part. Holding these companies accountable will help mitigate the social harm caused by misinformation. Ladies and gentlemen, public responsibility beyond profit. Social media platforms are incredibly, I just start, be patient please. Ladies and gentlemen, with such power comes a moral obligation to ensure the well-being of the public. Platforms should prioritize the safety and education of their user over profit. If a platform can help, okay, the first speaker.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, social media is controlled by us, right? We are the man on the keyboard. It's our finger that dance between the letters. So how can we blame an object? How can we blame the social media companies to take a responsibility for our mistakes? Thank you.
Okay, that's a very good question. I will answer it. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that holding social media companies responsible for spreading misinformation will not make them lose investigation and creativity. They can continue to develop new technologies and feathers that help address the spread misinformation. Okay, let me go back my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, if a platform can help advantage target user with precision, it can certainly take steps to limit the spread of misinformation and harmful public. No thanks, let me finish this part. Ladies and gentlemen, present in other media, traditional media like television station and newspaper are held accountable for the content, the broader or public. They can be fined or face legal consequences if they spread misinformation. It will be insistent and just if social media companies, which will even more influence, were exempt from similar scrutiny. Social media companies are not about the law. They must follow the same standard that apply to traditional media. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, once again, keep in your mind, the opposition may argue that this could lead to censorship and restriction of free speech. However, we argue that moderation of misinformation does not mean the suppression of free speech. This is a clear difference between the freedom to express one's opinion and the freedom of spread harmful. False information can mislead or harm others. In fact, limiting the spread of harmful misinformation enhances public discourse by encouraging that accurate information prevails. Ladies and gentlemen, Cambridge Analytica scandal may have misinformation during the COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic was a prime example of how misinformation on social media can have several consequences. Social media platforms became breeding grounds for misinformation about the virus, treatments, and fake news. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we ask the
Okay, thank you for the government whip speaker. Now we will proceed with the opposition whip speaker. Time is yours.
Okay, honorable the judges, MC, team keepers, and fellow debaters, presidents, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, this our motion today is saying that this House believes that the social media companies should be responsible for the spreading misinformation. And previously, I will be responses argument from the third speaker from the government team. Ladies and gentlemen, the third speaker from the government team saying that the social media companies should be control their content. Ladies and gentlemen, the public information if social media companies is the platforms and not publisher. So social media companies is not the publish the misinformation from the social media, ladies and gentlemen. They just a platform giving space for the free speech and the free of the experience. So ladies and gentlemen, that's some point why I'm totally disagree with our motion today. First one, from the educations, economics, and the social. So ladies and gentlemen, have some teachers from the social media using from the social media for the from the students. If students don't have a time for the teachers or the teacher from the social media companies can help the students for learning, ladies and gentlemen. And the next point is, so I feel that's responsible for the social media companies. It's so incompetent, ladies and gentlemen, because the social media companies just give benefit because they rule and they work, ladies and gentlemen. And nevertheless, have some irresponsible responsible people share information is not mistake from the social media companies, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, according from the journal, the spreads of misinformation social media from the Harvard University 2020, the journal Academic Perspective, full 34, number 3, 2020, the spreading misinformation, that's because incurrency from the see information, ladies and gentlemen, and that's not mistake from the social media companies. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Is it ethical to force companies to censor content even if it limits speech? Sorry, if it limits free space limits. Sorry.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's a user responsibility, ladies and gentlemen, and that's not responsibility for the social media companies, ladies and gentlemen. And let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen, it's no one constitution that say that social media companies should be responsible for the spreading misinformation, and have a constitution that say that user have a responsibility for the spreading misinformation. Example, the cases, the constitutions in number 19/2016 about the change law number 11/2003 about information electronics ITA discuss about the responsibility from the user for the spreading misinformation and not from the social media companies, ladies and gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, the public information, if every people have a mindset for thinking, ladies and gentlemen, so that's so incompetent if some people have a mindset, but they cannot be changed the misinformation and the real information, ladies and gentlemen. And when you log into your accounts at the social media, you should be show your age, right? So if you blame a if you blame a regulation from the social media companies, so why that's a responsibility from the social media companies, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, please.
How can government support media literacy to combat misinformation?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, governments should be responsible for spreading misinformation. That's also the rule important, ladies and gentlemen. So the government should have a regulation for the giving social media this power will lead to dangerous censorship. So back to my argument, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, according from CNBC.com, minimize illiteration, digital technology, the rule important why spreading misinformation at the social media, and that's Indonesians have a 90%. Yes, please.
How can AI and human moderators work together to limit misinformation?
Pardon me?
How can AI and human moderators work together to limit misinformation?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if the social media companies should be with the AI moderation and the human review, felt the positive and the negative unavoidable. So back to my arguments, ladies and gentlemen, according from the CNBC Compass.com's minimize illiteration, that rule important why the some people's sharing of the information 90% minimum literation digital electronics. Yes, please.
What are the economic risks of regulating misinformation too strictly?
Pardon me, please.
What are the economic risks of regulating misinformation too strictly?
In the 2022, Meta reported that their AI removed 17 million post misinformation, but later raised to over 20 million after appeals. So, ladies and gentlemen, back to my arguments. So, ladies and gentlemen, every post every time, so that's impossible if the social media can control. Yes, please.
Is it fair for social media companies to determine what is true or false?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's so impossible if the social... time. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, that's my conclusion for this debate is social media shouldn't be responsible for the spreading misinformation because the rule important why the social media company should be responsible, it's so incompetent because that's spreading misinformation, that's a responsibility for the users and for the government, and that's not from the social media companies. And ladies and gentlemen, social media companies is a platforms and that's not published. They don't post for misinformation, but incurrency and irresponsible people that share about the misinformation, and that's not social media companies. And freedom of the expression, the rule of the social media companies is give a space for the freedom of expression on and the place for the free of the speech, ladies and gentlemen, and the massive volumes for the content. Ladies and gentlemen, million posts every time, and social media should be verified content once so that's so impossible. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's all my arguments. Thank you.
Okay, now the chance for both teams to summarize all the arguments. We begin with the government reply speaker to sum up all your arguments. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, moderators. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, we, as the government team, once again strongly support this motion. This House believes that social media companies should be responsible for spreading misinformation. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we allow companies to spread misinformation on their platforms without consequences? Ladies and gentlemen, like I said before, social media companies are the platforms or services that facilitate to creation, sharing, and exchange of the information, ideas, and content among users. These examples like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Ladies and gentlemen, this motion addresses a crucial issue of our time, that the spread of misinformation via social media. Ladies and gentlemen, misinformation can cause whispered harm, influencing public opinion, affecting election, and even leading to real-world consequences such as violence or panic. So, social media companies have an enormous responsibility to ensure that the content shared on their platforms is accurate and the false or harmful information is prevented from going viral. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we, the government team, strongly really support this motion. So, ladies and gentlemen, social media platforms have the technological capability and moral obligation to control misinformation. If they can monitor the user's engagement, they can currently monitor and moderate harmful content. Ladies and gentlemen, the spread of misinformation on social media leads to significant harm, including public health risks, political polarization, and social unrest. Ladies and gentlemen, holding these companies accountable is essential for safeguarding public trust. Law and regulations already exist that impose responsibility on traditional media outlets, and the same standards should apply to social media companies which have even great influence over public opinion. So, ladies and gentlemen, the opposition team arguments about the conference fails to acknowledge the difference between free speech and the spread of harmful, misleading content. So, moderating misinformation ensures that free speech remains healthy and based on the facts. Ladies and gentlemen, social media companies help spread information, but they also allow false to speech. Ladies and gentlemen, because they control in these platforms, they should be responsible for stopping misinformation. If not, false information can cause various problems like panic and corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, these companies have the facts to check facts and remove false content. If they take responsibility, the internet will be safe for everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, the consequences of following misinformation to spread unhinged can be seen in numerous examples for political interference to public crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot afford to let these platforms continue ignore their role in spread of false information. Ladies and gentlemen, the social media companies have brought the means and the moral obligation to moderate and limit the spread of harmful misinformation. We are not advocating for censorship, but rather for accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, in fact, there are existing laws and frameworks that call for great responsibility from these companies to prevent harm caused by the misinformation. So, ladies and gentlemen, keep on your mind, we, the government team, really support this motion. This House believes that social media companies should be responsible for spreading misinformation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the reply speaker from government team. Now the reply speaker for the opposition team. The time is yours.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before I summarize my argument, I would like to tell you that the social media companies should not be taken responsible for the spreading misinformations, but it's actually 100% taken responsible by the users, ladies and gentlemen. As I told you before, social media is controlled by us. We are the man on the keyboard. It's our fingers that dance between the letters. So how can we blame the object? How can we blame the social media companies to take responsibility for our mistake, ladies and gentlemen? And we as the opposition team totally disagree with our mission today, because the first thing is social media is a platform, not content publishers. Social media companies like Facebook, Twitter, or TikTok essentially only provide a digital space for users to express opinions and share information, ladies and gentlemen. And they do not select, curate, or edit content directly like media companies do. Therefore, they cannot be equated with the new publishers. Their primary responsibility for the contents of the post should lie with the creator, namely the user, not the platform where the content is disseminated. The second is making social media accountable, risk threatening freedom of expressions. If social media companies are forced to censor or remove all potentially incorrect contents, this paves the way for excessive censorships. In the long run, this could negatively impact for freedom of speech, ladies and gentlemen, especially for individually or group expressing opinions different from the mainstreams. Social media can change from an open space for changing idea to a limited and tightly controlled environment. The third is the primary responsibility remains with the user. Users are the parties who produce and disseminate the content. Therefore, they must have awareness and responsibility what they upload and share. Blaming social media companies for individual behavior is like blaming the highway for accidents caused by driver negligence. The fourth is digital literacy is the most appropriate primary solutions. The spreading misinformation is not just a technological issue, but also a matter of public ability to sift through and understand information. By improving the digital literacy, society can become more critical of the content they read and more selective in sharing the education. Education is also the key to ensuring the people do not easily believe in hoaxes or misleading information, ladies and gentlemen. The fifth is social media companies have been making efforts to limit misinformation. We cannot turn a blind eye to the various steps that social media companies have taken, such as labeling dubious content, reducing the reach of false content, and collaborating with third parties for fact-checking. This shows that they are not shirking their responsibilities, but they also have limitations in controlling the billions of pieces of content that appear every day, ladies and gentlemen. It is unrealistic to place all the responsibility on social media. With billions of uploads every day from around the world, it is impossible for social media companies to monitoring everything accurately and fairly. Asking them to guarantee that every piece of information is true is an unreasonable demand. Even advanced artificial intelligence technology is not yet capable of replacing human judgment in complex and diverse contexts. The second is collaborations. The last is collaboration is key, not blaming just one party. Resolving the issues of misinformation require collaborations from all parties. The government, the educators, the media, civil society organizations, and of course, users. If we all work together to raise awareness, provide accurate information, and promote a culture of critical thinking, then the spread of misinformation can be controlled more effectively than just blaming social media companies, ladies and gentlemen. And we have to during the 7 points above, we conclude that although social media companies have a role in combating misinformation, they should not be given full responsibility for its spread. A wiser approach is to build a fair and collaborative system. That's all, and
thank you for the reply speaker from opposition team. With that, that is the end of this performance and the end of the grand final round. Once again, please give all the participants a big applause for the amazing and impeccable performance. Thank you so much for the participants. Please go back to your seat, and we will give the time to the adjudicators to calculate all the scores so we can have the winner. Okay, good evening, the audiences, all ladies and gentlemen who are very beloved and still here until this hour. Thank you so much for attending the debating competitions. Now it's the time for all the adjudicators to read the score and to announce who is the winner of the debating competitions Ngada Regency 2025. Time is yours.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Okay, thanks for the opportunity to speak up as a representative of adjudicator. And I think before we go into the announcement, very huge announcement, I think I have to say some words for this whole process. And for those who still don't know me, I think I should introduce myself first. My name is Father Calvin SVD. I was ordained last year, 5th October, and I work as a lecturer in Universitas Katolik Santo Paulus Ruteng. So I was just a fresh lecturer there. And this is my very first time being a jury in this huge event, and I'm so thankful for the opportunity and for the chance, and also to be with two others legendary juries. They're way senior than me. So I'm thankful for this opportunity. What a performance that I've seen so far. And every time I saw students performing and they're having their public speaking to be heard on by people, it's just wonderful experience for me. So I'm not just judging, I'm experiencing. So it is an enjoyable performance. Thank for all the students. For me personally, winning it's not about for those who are most talented, but for those who are most struggled. So in front of us, we didn't also see students performing, but also we see the process behind all the performance. We see a lot of struggle, persistence, perseverance, and those all are the students learn from the whole process. And I think I got some suggestions, and based on my personal judgment, I think I have to say some things for the students to learn from. The first is, for me, debating is about ideas, trading ideas. So you sell your ideas in the hope that your opponent will pay the ideas back with the same value. So it's about ideas. So for me, it's about clarity over fluency. It doesn't matter if you cannot say fluent in English, but if you say it or you speak it or you deliver your ideas with clarity, you have extra scores from them. So make sure that clarity over fluency is priority in debate. The second, please, for POI, make sure that you raise relevant questions that support your ideas. There are some participants that raise questions, but it's very dangerous questions that people can take advantage from it. So make sure that you raise relevant questions, the ones that really support your ideas. And the third, I see a lot of students still struggling with basic skills in English, like pronunciations, and that makes me sometimes very hard to just understand what they're speaking about. And I think this is one requirement as a best speaker in debating, to make sure that you say something clearly and you pronounce and mention it clearly also. Because the jury have to understand what you're speaking and what the ideas that transfer between the opponents and the other side. Yeah, I think that's all. The two juries will add some more. And congratulations for all the participants that have participated in this huge event. This is your opportunity to stand out, to shine, and you have shown yourself to be worthy to be the winner. So it's not about the first or the second or the third or the fourth, but we all are winner. I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, we would like to say congratulations for all participants. You are the climbers of Inari Mountain, because we do agree with Mr. Calvin about the struggle. When you climb the mountain, you need energy, you need food, you need preparation, anything. And when you participate in this very big or great competition, that's good for you to learn English. Yeah? You struggle to learn. I cannot count how many hours you learn, but I believe you spend morning, not morning, at night too. Right. And also thank you for the teachers also give assistance for the students. I say that the participants has a competent storyteller. Yeah? They try to convince the audience and also the judges, especially in this dance. And we say that, yeah, be like Father Couple. We meet some bullets in this competition for the grand final. We give applause for the grand final. You really show the way how to compete in this English debate competition. I suggest maybe we give chance for also for the students how to share, how they prepare, so the other students can learn from the point of view from the students. And for some key points I would like to share. I have a lot of keynotes here, but I only share some. Yeah? I believe you have already applied some keynotes here about argument is well structured and easy to follow. Make sure easy to follow, yeah? Not too strange and too... and then after that, to make sure that you provide the evidence. When you give the evidence, we can weigh, which one, the stronger or the weak one. And then when you have the position as the reply speaker, it's you need to elaborate the other opposition team arguments and also the evidence. Not only to tell what your arguments and also your evidence, but both sides. You need to show both sides that kind. So it's really good presentation of this English debate, and yeah, be very happy. And I conclude that as the judges, we need to change our eyes to become an eagle eyes. So we need to look in details about your performance. So give applause for all of us And we are waiting for the announcement from Miss Rini. Maybe any comments, brief comments from Miss Rini too. Thank you for the committee, for moderator, thank you, and all of us.
So, good, almost evening, everybody, yeah? So, I think everybody's waiting for this very important moment, especially the children, also the teachers as well. Because I know you, all of you have already spent a lot of times in preparing yourself for this event, yeah? And it's very important thing. And what I would like to say before announcing the ranking, I don't want to say the winner, because to me, all of you are the winners already. Please keep that in mind, please. And I know that, of course, when we join a competition, everybody wants to win the competition. Everybody wants to be, you know, passing the elimination round, going to the semi-final, and then to the final round. But of course, we cannot bring everybody, right? And of course, by tonight we will announce also like the first, the second, the third, and the fourth, sort of like winner, because we have to, we have to put the rank. But keep in mind, you are already winners. In our mind and in our heart, you are already that. And for the teachers, please, I know you are tired, assisting your students, maybe for months now, maybe also even for years. And we cannot please everybody, right? And this is an event for us to develop ourselves. This is for personal and maybe also a seed for professional growth, right? So take that into account for you to take this experience moving forward. As Father Calvin said before, he mentioned that we are senior adjudicator. Actually, that's a different name of calling us older generation, yeah? Because Father Calvin is a baby father, yeah? Baby father, only 1 year, not even 1 year yet. And, but as an older generation, you know, in our generation, for us, I shared this before with some of the students, if we, with our limited opportunities, limited exposure to English learning, we can go abroad. Biden has been abroad. I've been to many more countries, yeah, than Biden. All of that funded by other people or organization, right? And Father Calvin, maybe, yeah, because he's still baby father, maybe in a few years he will be also, because SVD is sending people to other countries, yeah, serving in other countries as well. What I'm trying to say is that if we, from that generation, senior generation, can have that opportunity to go abroad, what about you guys? Yeah? You already better, a lot, much more better than us, yeah? Much more better than us in your age. So you should have that, you know, spirit in you that if they can do it, why not us, yeah? Right? And also the other thing, for the teachers, please use this opportunity or this event to motivate our students. There is no need to provoke our students or to make them feel less because they cannot move forward to the semi-final or to the final round. Do not do that. It's not, there's no, what is it? There's no benefit of it, right? It will just make your students feel like, okay, they are better than us. No, everyone who joined this competition, you are already brave and you already have the spirit to move forward, okay? To grow. Okay, so I'll stop right there because I know that people are waiting already. And please, one more thing before I read this. Each one of us already have winners in our heart. Okay, well, like some of us, to be honest, for me, I may choose one school as, okay, this would be the winner, okay? But the others maybe, no, actually, no. However, we do not have a second chance to discuss about this. We just collect the score and then just put it right there, okay? Whatever it is there, that's the result for tonight. And remember, we don't have any interest, personal interest, or to support one or certain schools. We also, not only Father Calvin, I also ask for the Holy Spirit to guide us, yeah? in determining this. Okay, so I would like to announce the results of the grand final of English debate competition for 2024. Oh, sorry, 2025. Old generation there. So in the first, okay, we're starting from the fourth, yeah? Starting from the fourth rank, it is SMA Negeri 1 Aimere. Yeah? And on the third place, SMA Negeri 2 Bajawa. On the second place, SMA Seminari Mataloko. And of course, that leave us with only one, yeah? That would be SMA Swasta Katolik Regina Pacis Bajawa in the first rank. So that's it from us tonight. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody, for your participation, for your hard work. You are already champions. Okay? Congratulations, and I will return this to.
Thank you so much for the educators for announcing the winners of these debating competitions. But first, before I finish it, maybe one student want to share their story about how to study English and how to be fluent in English. One student, please. How can you be so fluent in English? Could you please share?
Check. Okay, so how about our experience today? In first start from our first day in our competition debate, I can find that so many students only have so many skills in English than me, ladies and gentlemen. And it can make ourselves, it can make our team can find how to talk more about English, ladies and gentlemen. And then I want to tell about our story. I learned English 1 year ago, so I'm not expert in English, but I want to share our story. So that's all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. With that is the end of all the debating competitions this year. Thank you so much for the committee members, all the educators, the participants, the timekeeper, and for all of us, thank you so much. See you next year. God bless you.